Hey, it's Shaves, and welcome to another expedition of the Anime Encyclopedia. Yeah. 6 minutes early, but that's okay. Also, like a half hour. Usually I was starting these at like 6:30, and I was like, fuck it, 6. I don't know why. Couldn't tell you. So that's probably what people are just getting in. So, we finished, oh yeah, so today, Friday, is, the Tom Thumb. Alright. Here's the book. Under all my volumes of One Piece. Of which I was flipping through a little because, I binged the live-action series. One Piece live-action is good. I did enjoy it. I guess, you know, as a fan, it was really interesting to watch. Because they changed so much of it, episode structure-wise, out of necessity, that it was new. It was like, I don't know where this is going. Obviously, I know where it's going, technically. But I didn't know how they were going to go about it. So that made it a fresh, new experience for me. So I think it was really valuable and exciting and interesting as a One Piece fan. But then at the same time, right, it's not perfect. Definitely not. It wasn't anything that was like, that was bad. It was more just like, aw. That was kind of the attitude I had around it. I don't think I would recommend it as a substitute for the manga or anime. Not because it's worse or something, but because it's not the same thing. I think I have the same feeling about people who just read the manga and they're like, oh, that's good. Yeah, I like One Piece, sure. I think people will have, most people will have a positive outlook on One Piece, but I don't know how many of them will be able to just jump right in after like volume 10. Because it stops at Arlong Park. They don't do Loketown. They have the scene of the foot on the barrel to like end the series, but they don't adapt past them leaving Arlong Park. Hello, Kineko, and hello, Oscar. But I liked it. Really faithful in terms of like everything. The dialogue is like 98% new. Like they don't really go that very verbatim for the manga at all because of how much they're changing. And then, but at the same time, all the characters and dialogue felt very accurate and faithful to Oda's vision, I think. There's a lot of surprises, a lot of different things you wouldn't expect. Some character interactions that you don't get in the series, like an interaction between, like a full conversation that goes a couple minutes between Zeph and Garp. Never would have seen that happening, and it's really cool because they talk about like the old days. It's a really cool conversation. There's a lot of different things that and there's like one scene of that I was like, man, that's great, and I really wish that was in the original. And it was the scene of after they beat Arlong, Kobe's there. You know, like the Marines tried to do a thing. Like Garp is a very significant presence. Garp, Kobe, and Helmeppo are present throughout the entire series, and they cut away very often, and they're always chasing after Luffy. And I think that was a good idea, just to give them more of that. But what I really liked is that it allowed them to have this satisfying build-up towards towards Kobe being the one to present Luffy with his first wanted poster. And like, you know, because that means so much to Luffy, right? As a pirate, as someone who's like, that's a big deal to him. And getting gifted that to the person who's, you know, first person he met on this journey and like was gonna be after him, right? It was just like such a great moment. I just really liked it. Anyway, good to see you, Victor. Good to see you, Veal. Let's get started. Dup. This is Sawtooth. This particular mix. It's only 20 minutes. I'll link it in the chat. I know no one asked, but I don't care. Yeah, but I like it. I just thought it was a kind of an energetic way to start it. I haven't watched One Piece beginning in a long time, but every other scene in Watcher of the live action feels uncanny. No idea why. Oh, yeah, it feels strange, of course. Um, I can only imagine. Um, but I guess it's just like maybe it's the right my or the amount of behind the scenes footage or like the following it so closely, getting acclimated to the actors and the people behind in front of the camera, um, and just how much work they're putting into it, and it really comes through. Like the stuff is scary accurate for like how close all the actors look. Most of the actors look to the characters in the manga. Um, is really impressive, and yeah, a lot of the costumes and set and everything. It's really impressive. Thoughts on Starship Troopers anime? I've not seen it yet. Fat cat of all time. I haven't seen it myself, but I am intrigued. If you're looking for their thoughts on Starship Troopers, I think they were positive about it. Now I'm settling back in. It's like, oh yeah, this is what we're here to do. 50 entries to be on track. I'm gonna go to Tom of Thumb. But we're on Thumbelina right now. Yeah, the cast looks great. And I'm assuming the levels are good. Alright. Here we are. Shigoto. Thunderbirds. 86. From 1982. Thunderbirds. There we go. The concept of the five-strong team had already been popularized in anime by Battle of the Planets, but the other similarities between Techno Voyager and the British cult puppet show Thunderbirds might be considered actionably obvious. Luckily for him, producer Banjiro Uemura was head of Tohoku Shinsa and also exists in Japan. Big article, but it's mainly because they're not really talking about the show. They're talking about this other canceled pilot, I guess, which is part of the production history, which is interesting enough, I guess. It's a very long article. Okay. So I read this very long article here that goes down this entire page and into here. And then that right there is its own entry. I really gotta show this contrast here. Compare Thunderbirds 2086 to Thunder Boys right after it. I have to check the third edition. Okay, yeah. And then Thunder Boys. This is the entire article. Tokyo bikers race and fight and race and fight. Based on the manga on Young Jump by Shuichi Mizuho. That is the entire article. Thunder Boys from 1996. This is the entire fucking article. Stop linking me to any search. Oh my god, I don't care if they want my fucking cookies. I'm just gonna like, hold on. Yeah. This is a, hold on. Hold on. This is literally it. Tokyo bikers race and fight and race and fight. Based on the manga by da-da-da. Bruh. Bruh. 45 minutes. Did anyone know about this? Itsuka no Main, Kaminari Shonen, Tenta Sanjo. Man. They set out on a journey to fight lots of people. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah. Tight road. Jack shit. Awful. Okay. That Thunder Cats. Thundercats. Ho! Literally the 2011 version. They've listed the 2011, like, this series. They've listed this in the Anime Encyclopedia. It is a production by Studio 4C, so yeah. But their staff, Sean Song, Yoshiharu Asino. Be interested to read how what they think of it. Oh yeah, the dead one. Thundera is under attack by the lizard people. Lion-O and Thundercats set out on a quest for the Book of Omens to restore peace, but their old enemies Mumra and Slythe will do anything to foil them. This remake of the 1980s US Rankin Bass TV series is a Japanese-American co-production that aims to combine elements of anime with Western animation, made primarily for airing in the West. Unlike the original, which was a work-for-hire project created in America by Tobin Ted Wolfe and animated in Japan for the Western market. Jules Bass and Arthur Rankin, both now retired, are credited as executive producers, with Eiko Tanaka as animation producer. Only one of the original voice actors has returned. Larry Kenney, the original Lion-O, now plays the hero's father in the 2011 version. The character of Talking Cat Snarf has been changed, presumably as a mark of respect for the late Bob McFadden, who created the character, and Jim Meskimen, the character designer of the 85 series, provides voices for supporting characters in several episodes. Thundercats is listed in line with our principle of considering all animation made with a primarily Japanese crew as anime, but it should be noted that the writing and approach is entirely American. Like the Marvel comic adaptations from Madhouse, the body may be made in Japan, but the soul comes from somewhere else entirely. This is not a criticism, simply an observation. America makes some fine stories, but they're not Japanese, however they're dressed. Yeah. Which is why I wouldn't necessarily classify it as anime, and they can have their line. I'm not going to be like they're wrong or something. If it's made mostly in Japan, sure. I think for me, if it was made in Japan for a Japanese audience, I would consider that anime. If it aired in Japan, then cool. I'm perfectly fine calling that anime. But otherwise, because it's a matter of like, we're defining it for a reason, for a productivity sake, for the sake of scope, for the sake of argument, right? Like, what are we trying to accomplish when we're including this, and what's the value in calling this anime, right? Okay. Under sub. 1979. Oh yeah, Blue Noah. It's Uchu Kubo Blue Noah. Failed to recapture the magic of its predecessor, obviously Yamato. They mentioned this follow-up to Star Blazers. It wasn't until 21. See also Odin, another attempt by producer Yoshinobu Nishizaki to make money out of ships sailing in space. The framing of that, right? Like, it's clearly to make money. And maybe they're right, with Nishizaki in particular. But, like, to see it as a venture like that. let's say, dismissive. Fail to recapture. The Scott Pilgrim series seems going to be a strange conversation. I'll probably draw the line pretty fuzzily, but mostly dependent on the major showrunner's vision. Mm-hmm. No change. The Tibetan Dog, 2012. In a moment of historical irony, it was suggested that part of its poor performance was down to the assumption by audiences that it was a Chinese cartoon, and not one of those better-made Japanese ones we keep hearing about. Wah wah. Because it's a Chinese-Japanese co-production. Tico of the Seven Seas. 1994. Beautiful designs and a plot combining adventure with ecological correctness make a charming children's series. Positive. Checking the third edition. Beautiful designs and a plot combining adventure. Oh, the plot. Yeah. Adventure with eco themes. charming. Tide Line Blue. This is the same director as One Piece. Well, the original, the first director, Uminosuke Ida. If I'm not mistaken. I think I'm mistaken. Ah! Oopsie. I think I'm Uda. Yeah, I think I mixed them up. My bad. Lol. Lamau. Oh, he passed away in 2010. That's a shame. At the farewell ceremony, Hayao Miyazaki read a eulogy. So, Evangelion meets Silent Service with the unsurprising presence of Satoru Ozawa, creator of Blue Submarine No. 6, among the committee members who came up with the plot. We're going well, Glowworm. I don't really know if this is an opinion necessarily. They make a comparison, but yeah, I've been writing those down, yeah. Ties of Love from 1992. Oh. Okay, no opinion really. It's not a hentai, but there's sex in it. Yeah, no change. Tiger and Bunny, 2011. lovable show as well as a clever one. Yeah, pretty positive on it. Moomin OST reminded me, recently was a Finnish YouTuber who made a video about the fact most people here recognize Moomin music, but there's very little info on the composer. I contacted the composer and got some comments from them regarding the popularity. That's awesome. That's really cool to hear. Tiger Mask from 1969. I'm going to read this one out loud. Naoto Date has a secret identity as masked wrestler Tiger Mask, part of a crude school of fighting that is more violent than art. Overcome by guilt when an opponent's death puts his little son in an orphanage, the hard man devotes himself to the well-being of the orphans and works to improve their lives in the only way he knows how, by fighting. He also aims to raise the standards of the ring and ensure that fighting is recognized as an honorable art, not mere violence. Based on 1968 manga in Bokura magazine, by Karate Crazy Life's Iki Kajiwara and Zero Sen Hayato creator Naoki Tsuji. Tiger Mask soon made it to theaters as episodes were edited into seasonal movies. A 1981 follow-up series is set after Naoto's. Spoilers for Tiger Mask. I may have given it away, so I apologize. Yeah, sorry, Ouchie. Speaking of Moomin OST, could you make it a bit quieter? Yes. Always let me know about levels, because I'm not a good gauge of it. I always have to check after the. I can only ever check after the fact. I'm going to read more of it, but I'm not reading out loud. Echoing the other champion of the week, Superman. So no opinion. And they do add something in the new edition. did add, the character remains an iconic figure in Japanese popular culture. A live-action movie remade the story, added sentiment of characters, popularity, live-action movie in 2014. Time Bokan! It's time Bokan! Junko and Tanpei are the grandchildren of a mad inventor who produced a time machine, went off into history, and simply vanished. They're determined to find him, but they're not the only ones. The scandalously dressed villain, Madame Margot, with her hapless sidekicks Burba and Scrinthia, are also on his trail, and on the trail of a massive diamond lost somewhere in time. The ending could be viewed as an anticlimax. And then they tell us what the fucking spoiler. Wow, okay. Why on earth do they have to spoil Time Bokan? That's 10. Making a time this reading. Thank you, Kaneko. It's not very eventful. I think that's probably why, but I am at peace with that. Sounds like a bootleg Kamen Rider O's form. I am reading more of it, but I don't want to read any like out loud because again they spoil it. It seems like they were positive about it though. They don't give a direct endorsement, but journey is more than destination. Epic saga of insanity. Every level. Silly but lovable progress to classic status. Premise sounds neat. It is very, like, wacky. Very wacky. I actually don't even know that much of, like, oh, well, I guess I'll read it here. How many franchises there are? Like, how many seasons, really? I know I remember hearing about it in, John's Tatsunoko video, but Yanaman came only a week later. They're describing it. Ganchan, descendant of a line of inventors, has made his own robot car, Yatta 1, and takes his girlfriend and mechanic for a celebratory meal. Unfortunately, they go to a restaurant run by sexy Miss Doronjo and her comic sidekicks Tonzura and Boyake. They are members of a gang under orders to find a powerful artifact, the Dokuro Stone, which can locate hidden treasure and is really the head of a I don't know if that's spoilers or not. I'm not gonna read it, but I'm not gonna write it down either. Ganchan and his friends must stop the crooks, but the quest takes them all over the world and through time. Though the plot is an obvious respray, art directors Toyo Ashida, Kazuhito Itada, and Takashi Nakamura brought visual freshness and invention. We'll give a positive on that too. Despite the respray, brought visual freshness and invention. The following year's Time Bokan series Zendaman, this time young Tetsu and his girlfriend Sakura race through time in their robots, Zendalion and Zendagorilla, to fight the trio of villains headed by sexy Miss Mujo. A short Zendaman movie premiered in spring 1980, but the new series, Time Patrol Tai Oteskman, was already on the air. In an achingly familiar setup, Miss Atasha Dovalsky and Sekovich are seeking an artifact that will enable the shadowy Tonmano no Manto, wow, to dominate the world. Hikaru and Nana spring to the rescue in their increasingly incredible machines, chasing or chased by the villains through time and space. An Oats Command movie was screened in spring 1981, as once again the new series had just begun on TV. The new series Yato Detaman. So we're on series 4 or 5 now. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're on series 4. Yato Detaman. Princess Domenica's rule is challenged by the theft of the Cosmopavone, a magical bird whose powers can bring peace and healing. She calls on two of her ancestors, a boy and a girl from the 1980s, for help against hot-tempered Princess Mirenjo and her henchmen. The 6th series, so I counted 4, and now they're saying I counted 4 and this should be the 5th one, but they're saying this is the 6th one. Okay. Did they skip one? I am confused. Let's see. I want like the series. Okay, I'll just use mail then. Okay, so here's the first Time Bokan. That's series 1. And then there's a lot of alternate settings, which makes sense. So Yatterman, Yato Detraman. The second series. Zendaman. Which is this one. Zenderman. Like Slenderman. So that's Yatterman, series 2. This is series 3, Yato Detraman. Which is 79, and this is 81. Wait, so Yatterman. Zenderman is the third one. Yeah, this one's the third one. Yeah. So, series 1, 2, 3, 4, Yato Detraman. That is 4. And they're saying the 6th series, Gyakuten Ipatsuman. Which is this one. So this came out 82. Well, finished in 82. And yeah, this is the... So that's just weird. They just called it the 6th series. Did they change that in the 3rd edition? No, they did not. That's interesting. Any idea if these are long series, like episode count? Yeah, they run an entire year. Can't remember. Didn't Amano do some artwork? Yes. Yeah, Amano did work on these. I don't know which ones, but he is involved. So then there's, yeah, Gyakuten Ipatsman. And then after that, okay, Ipatsman. Revolved around Homeron and Harubo, owners of the time delivery company Time Lease, who set off to make a delivery to another era and find themselves pursued by Munmun, Kosinen, and Kyokanshin, representatives of rival firm Share Cowbellies, who are now calling themselves the Clean Aku Trio. Then Ipatsman shows up to help Timeleys, and they realize that there's more to this job than they thought. The final series, Itadakiman. So then there's Itadakiman, which is this series. And that's supposedly the final series, but it doesn't seem like that. The final series, Itadakiman, moves the starting point for the journey to Osuka Academy, where the headmaster orders 3 students, Hoshi, Sagosen, and Hatsuo, to find the pieces of an artifact called the Osaka Puzzle, now scattered throughout the world. Meanwhile, 3 Ronin students waiting to retake entrance exams called Yanyan, Dasainen, and Tonmentan are also looking for the puzzle, which will give the finder strange powers. As before, the titular hero comes to the aid of the good guys. Falling ratings brought the show to an end after reasonably long innings, though it returned to video once its young audience was old enough to rent. Members of the original crew returned one last time for the Wacky Races homage Timebokan Royal Revival in 1995. So then there's Royal Revival. Odo Fuko? I think it's referring to Odo Fuko. Yeah, Royal Revival, which is a very Tatsunoko production. Just based on the cover here. Oh my god, could you please? Thank you. Yeah. A very Tatsunoko type of thing, because they got Tekkaman, Gatchaman, Polymer, and Cashern in the back. Very self-congratulatory, celebratory season. Just remember some Yatterman pieces on his public portfolio. Don't know where his stuff fits in, though. Which pits all 7 trios of villains. Whoa! So this Royal Revival OVA, 2 episodes, pits all 7 trios of villains from the original series in a race against each other. The prize is supposedly the leading role in the next episode. However, there was no next episode until Thieving Kiramekiman in 2000, an 8th series that recorded the archetypes to make good-natured criminals the protagonists. The handsome Puff is sent back 500 years to our time to rescue his ancestor, Professor Rickid. Everybody needs the treasure known as the Gold Eye, and Puff teams up with the pretty teenager Lips to form the Kirameki-man cat burglar team. They are pursued by a trio of bumbling French cops, while Lips' own father is the chief of police, a combination of elements of Cat's Eye and Lupin III. This most recent incarnation in the franchise was shown on TV Tokyo. There was also an unrelated Fuji TV series, Time Travel Tondekeman, directed by Kunihiko Yuyama. Truly the wackiest of races. Yeah, that does sound like a good time. Tons of cameos of Tatsunoko characters. There were 2 episodes. I'm pretty sure the winning group stars in it and runs into all the Tatsunoko characters. Yeah. So let's see if they change that in the 3rd edition. Because maybe the that's weird. Because the 2-episode OVA apparently aired. It released in 1993 and 1994. So, I don't know. Let me read the 3rd edition. I just reread this paragraph here, and it does make me interested. I wonder if this is really the case. Big idea shapes here. Gotta go into looking at that, right? Like Sunrise's Brave saga, both the crew and central concept of the series remained through successive sequels, with only superficial changes. I read you the synopsis of each of those series. They are different. The concept is the same, where it's kids being chased by a trio of bad guys through time and space and the world, you know, and the setting doesn't matter. The setting can be anything, basically. That skeleton is the same, but the concept is, the premise is different, right? And so I would hope that the characters are also different. You know, like maybe it's a different characters, like different attitudes, different strategies. You know, watching a lot of Kamen Rider, I'm sure Annalisa could relate to this. It's one thing to be like, oh, it's all the same. But if you watch them, no, they're not. They're very much not, because a lot of the differences come from those small nuances of like, this character acts in this way, or is positioned in this fashion, and that creates a much different dynamic and expectation for the audience than this other series, making them really different, despite having similar crew, similar backdrops, and, you know, similar content. They do keep the there was no next episode. That's very interesting. Regarding 2-episode OVA, there was no next episode. Just kind of got that wrong. They sure are hero stories, but yeah, performance and characterization varies quite a bit. Yeah. No change. No update. So, what are these other series? So we have Yatterman. We have Yatodeta Man. We have this is the royal one, the 2-episode OVA. Izudeki Man's the last one. Time Bokon 2000, which they do mention. Kaito Kirameki Man. So that's after this series. So you got that, 2000. Zenderman, Gyakuten Ipatsman. Yep. Time Patrol Otsuka Man. Okay. Wait a minute. Oh, I think they have this. Yeah, hold on. Oh, yeah. So this is the one they... I think I just read this wrong or something, because I think they said Otatsuki Man. Zendaman, a short Zendaman movie. Otescommit, but the new series, Tai, Time Patrol Tai Otescommit. Yeah, okay, this is the one they mentioned. Yeah, was already on the air. Hmm. So is that 6? So this is series 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, yes, it's a man. I'm sorry, but just kidding. I could figure this out later. But then Time Pecan 24. This is one I'm familiar with because it aired fairly recently, so it makes sense that it didn't make it into the encyclopedia. But yeah, 24 episodes. Was not well liked. Granted, a lot of these are very, very low rated. The highest rated is actually 6 Yatterman. I do hear the best out of this one for sure. I do think I've heard the best out of that. That's interesting. Yeah, this is the best. This is the highest rated one. The second series, the sophomore album. That'd be an interesting dive. A lot of episodes, but an interesting dive. That was fun. Getting to just get that figured out. Mal average rating moment. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. That was nice to learn about. Time of Eve. I will also say I think that was a good article, actually. I'll say it was good. Time of Eve, 2008. Let me get a drink really quick. Ugh. An anime made by and for fans. The title is a reference. The title of Time of Eve, Eve no Jikan, is a reference to a line from the end credits of Yokohama Shopping Log, which has very similar themes. In 2013, Pied Piper Inc., Directions Inc., and Studio Rika launched a Kickstarter to raise $18,000 for an international Blu-ray release of the movie edit. Interesting. Never forgiving Mal for review bombing the Virgin Road Isekai. Is it for fans or for fans? No, it seems like they're positive saying it's for fans. But I don't necessarily make an opinion on its quality. They just say it's by fans for fans. It's packed with references to sci-fi fan favorites. It's an anime made by and for fans, and they give a bunch of references. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a opinion, though. Hello, Greg. Time. Paladin Sakura. 2011. Okay, various lighthearted adventures, but not much else to it. All right, Time Stranger. Too bad Time of Eve is out of print. Yeah. Oh, and this is from 1986. Okay, so I'll read it from here. Considering the famous names all over the crew, they were Eleven's Hagio designing alongside future Memories director Morimoto. It's a real mystery why this was never picked up for US release, based on a young adult sci-fi novel. So that's kind of positive, but it's not an opinion, really. I'm just like, oh, that's weird. Or maybe that is an opinion. Pied Piper hasn't licensed any other anime. I think Steven did a video on it. Yeah, and so did Beyond Ghibli. With Time of Eve. Beyond Ghibli's is a combination video. It's what's on the title is what's on the thumbnail and cover is Sing a Bit of Harmony for Me. But he talks also about that director's other work, which I believe includes Time of Eve. I have to tell you, the description of this really makes me want to check this out. I have heard of it before. I believe it was one of the movies that was directed by that guy that Trixie talked about, the anime director that time forgot, who did Barefoot Gen, Natsue Nitobara, and Hagorogumo. I think he also did Time Stranger. Mori Masaki. I'm pretty sure it's Mori Masaki. Yep. Yep, he did all those. And actually, this is the last movie he directed. And then he just stopped. He retired from anime after this film. Although he continued his manga career into the 90s. He's 82 now. Wow. Okay. But I am interested now, because the synopsis of this: a mini busload of modern-day teenagers is hijacked by Jiro Agino, a time traveler from the future, who drags them back to World War II Tokyo, and then to feudal Japan. They arrive at Azuchi Castle in 1582, just before the surprise attack that will result in the death of Nobunaga Oda. Jiro has determined that this is a critical moment in history, and that had Nobunaga survived, Japan would have been spared the seclusion and stagnation of the Tokugawa period, forecasting that when Western powers arrived in the 19th century, they would not have been able to treat Japan as a second-class nation. This, in turn, would have created a better climate, politically, in the Pacific, and averted Japan's involvement in World War II. The gang is faced with a dilemma: to change history by warning Nobunaga, portrayed with a sympathy rare in other anime, or to keep quiet and risk dying in the coming surprise attack. I really like that. And they don't spoil it. I really like that. I have heard of Time Stranger before, though. Oh boy, historical nationalist premise. I just noticed they changed something. Or they added something, actually. As I glanced and I saw them mention themselves. Based on a young site. In 2003... What happened in 2003? Time Stranger. Added... In 2003, the unrelated anime Goshogun Etranger was released in the US under the confusing title of Time Stranger, in what we can only assume was a deliberate attempt to annoy the authors of the anime encyclopedia. Ha ha ha. Added how Etranger was licensed as Time Stranger only to annoy them specifically. Lol. Yeah, I'd watch it. Time Stranger Yoko. 2001. It's not in the first edition. Oh my god. A number of girls stand watch as guardians for the future of the world. Their sub-Sailor Moon ranks, including Sakataki the Crystal Stranger, Hizuki the Ice Stranger, and of course, Kyoko Suomi the Time Stranger. None of that's important right now, however, because the king's robot assistant is trying to organize a birthday party for him in a spin-off tale that only tenuously relates to the 2000 manga in Ribbon magazine by Full Moon creator Arina Tanimura. Oh! Yeah, it's a short. It's 11 minutes. Yeah, this is the Full Moon create. I'm literally just watching Kaito-John now, which is the same author. But like, this does have an 11-minute chibi thing here. It's literally just like a chibi spin-off thing. That's like not based on like this is the actual story, and then this is like the only anime they got apparently. Very interesting. Oh shit, they also did Kaito-John? I'm still cleaning up the postcard captor era. Yeah. That's the same, that's the first one. So like, John actually came out before Full Moon. So it's the first time her work was fully adapted. It's not a looker. It's like Full Moon. I'd argue a little worse looking. No. It's Digipaint. And her designs in Digipaint, like... And what's so weird, too, is that it came out the same year as Ojamaja Doremi, One Piece, and Digimon Adventure, and is also a Toei show. It's like the fourth... It's the other... It was also made by Toei, and yet it looks like this. It's just so weird. I don't know why it looks like that. Is there a time requirement for them to include something in this book? Not a... So... They said they're... It's kind of fuzzy. It's kind of fuzzy, honestly. They said... So they have stuff listed that hadn't... I don't think had come out yet. Like Spirited Away was listed in here. I'm looking for the year... Although our cutoff point is the year 2000, we have concluded those shows announced for 2001 about which we had significant information. For reasons of available space and editorial sanity, we had to remove most references to voice actors, etc., etc. So technically the cutoff point for the first edition was 2000, but there's several 2001 entries. And then for the third edition, the cutoff point is pretty much 2014. Like, they do have Tale of Princess Kaguya, I think, because it's technically a 2013 release actually. But they have yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 2014 is the cutoff. I meant time length because the short's only 11 minutes. No, I don't think. Not that I've known. If it was made for a commercial, then no. Like if it depends on what it was made for. Because this was released, it was made for video, and it was shown in a few venues as part of a Ribbon promotional tour. So, and I'm pretty sure they've referenced things that were shorter. Cannibalized the few people who learned to digipaint, so they can't share tips between crews like the Sailor Moon and Fushigi comedy. Yeah. Time Trio, 1988. They did add something though. They did add for Time Trio. Added 1995 one-shot special and 2004 series, 26 episode series. Timid Venus, 1986. A short anime made with a semi-documentary feel. Interesting. Very little known, very little information about that. It's a very short article. Literally all it is. Young singer Hiromi is packed off to New York shortly after the release of her debut single and told to train hard for her first concert. It kind of makes sense because how short it is because of 20 minutes, but still. Oh, wait a minute. I've seen this cover before. I've seen that cover before. Interested. And there you go. It's all on YouTube. Thank you, 80s anime. Cool. I could say I'm interested in that. Because it said with a semi-documentary feel. Okubio no Venus. Two Heart. Don't take it to heart. Aha! This isn't the first edition, 2000. So it's just another typical Japanese high school, and Hiroyuki is just another typical Japanese high school boy who, despite being a nice, quiet guy with no outstanding talents, finds himself surrounded by pretty girls who would do anything for him. But the trouble is, they don't seem to have much idea of anything to do. Episode 1 revolves around selecting seating assignments for the class, which involves much making and ripping up of lists. Episode 2 shows extended footage of Akari getting ready for a date with Hiroyuki, but those anticipating fan service should note she spends most of the time brushing her teeth, and their date consists of drinking coffee and talking. Created by a group of artists called Aquaplus, this is another anime based on 1987 love simulation game for the PlayStation and designed to sell merchandise depicting the cute characters. Period. The anime shifts to the original's focus from Hiroyuki to Akari, presumably to lure in a female audience who wouldn't take kindly to being regarded as the prize in a game. It's not overtly sexual. Rather, it creates the fantasy life most lonely Japanese teenagers would apparently like to have, which, on the evidence of this show, is a quiet one. Who could have seen that coming? Like, it really is... I can understand their boredom, because they're not even taking these shows at face value. You know, like, the way they talk about each of these shows so monotonously and repetitively is really reflective of how they truly feel about these series, that they really think they're all the same. And like, but they are! And like, you're not really taking into the nuance here. So what I'm trying to say is, it's like reading their impressions of these shows makes them sound more repetitive and monotonous when they're anything but. Remember Company Leaf? I think Bowls of Lentil. Yes, I did remember that title. Yeah, I remember that video. I know some Die Hard 2 hype fans. Knew they'd hate on it. Alright, did we finally get to White Album 2 localized announced? I don't know. Group of artists named Aquaplus. It's a game company. Sure is another completely brushed off Yasuke and one of the pioneers of VNs. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna get dismissive. Just another... I'm gonna read the third just in case. Just another typical... Trouble is that they don't have much idea of anything to do. They changed it. Wait a minute. They actually changed the synopsis. Wait a minute. This is the first edition. Episode 1 revolves around selecting seating assignments for the class, which involves much making and ripping up of lists. Episode 2 shows extended footage, right? Episode 1 depicts the first day of the fall school term and revolves around choosing new seating assignments for Hiroyuki, Masashi, and Akari's class, which involves much arguing until Hiroyuki steps in, and then a trip to a karaoke spot. Someone actually them about the synopsis, and they accepted it. They actually changed it. Episode 2 shows the angst generated when Masashi and Shiho each obtain 2 tickets to a popular band's concert without the other's knowledge, and Hiroyuki and Shino, who never seem to rub each other the right way, are tasked with telling their friends of the opposite gender that only 2 of the quartet can attend. That's completely different. That's completely different. And episode, the first edition, comparatively, episode 2 shows extended footage of Akari getting ready for a date with Hiroyuki, But those anticipating fan service should note she spends most of the time brushing her teeth, and their date consists of drinking coffee and talking. Completely different. And then this is now different, created by a group of artists calling itself Aqua Plus. Creates the fantasy life most lonely teenagers would apparently like to have. They added how a series of often comic shorts was included as part of the television series video release. The third TV series was based on another game story, hence the confusing name of Two Heart 2. A series of later video releases revisited the characters in a series of new combinations, with each episode focusing on one particular girl from the ever-increasing ensemble. I think I remember Sheen post talking about attracting normie fans need something big and flashy because they wouldn't appreciate subtler shifts of a genre. They were always so cynical. Someone must have gotten mad at them, so they backed down. I don't know. Or like they were just wrong. um 05 series. It's possible they rewrote it because of the sequel. Yeah, maybe. All right. 2 Love Rue. I wonder what they're gonna say about this one. I need to try. I need the Cheez-Its. Cheese. Cheez-Its. I predict Tenchi Muyo and Urusei Yatsura. Come on, big money, big money, big money! Shaves, did you take a look at the live-action One Piece? Yeah, I did. I was giving my impressions on it before we started reading. I was on stream, so like, if you rewind, but whatever. I liked it. I did finish it this morning, and it does go to show where like not to parrot my thread on it on Twitter, but it goes to show that like my roommate and I were really actively excited to binge it. Like we watched all of it really quickly. Like we watched the first 5 eps. Yeah, the first 5 episodes until like 10 or 11 at night. And then we woke up early the next morning, like 7 a.m., just so we had enough time because we had other things to do, just to finish the last 3 episodes. So we were like really enjoying it, and I certainly had a good time. I enjoyed it. It is very interesting to watch as a One Piece fan because they shift and change so much. They mix the story up so much that it is genuinely like a new experience. Like you don't really know what's gonna happen. They change a lot. Mostly to do with the setting and certain characters. They mix a lot of characters. They have a lot of interactions between characters that have never talked with each other, like Buggy and Arlong. Zeph and Garp have a conversation. Lots of characters are cut. And I had some issues. And it mostly had to do with the script and the condensing aspect of the, because they had to condense things, there were certain things I didn't think they built up very well or properly. They kind of painted certain things in a weird light. Like, they kind of kept making Garp and Kobe kind of a bad thing. Like, uh-oh, you know? Like, I get they're after Luffy, and they're the antagonists in a sense. But, like, it kept, like, Garp would say something intimidating, and then would pan it over to Kobe, where he's like, uh-oh! It looked like he's, like, not in a good situation, when it's like, no, you're good. This is where you're meant to be. This is what you wanted, and Garp's a good guy. You know, there was certain framing in that way that felt off to me. But everything's very authentic, very true to Oda's vision. And you can definitely tell that him and Shueisha and a lot of hardcore fans who were involved in like the script, like the series editing, and like what particularly to cut and what to embellish on and how to embellish it. All of it is very smart. All the characters are... The dialogue is like 98% original. Like 95, 98% completely new. And yet, all the characters feel like exactly that. Yeah, he would say that. Yes, he would act in that way. All of it seemed like scary accurate. So it was... so it felt very immersive. It felt like there was no weird... Maybe you have your own issues with CG or something like that, but like... It felt really good. It felt really good, honestly. But then the rub ends up coming from, like, as a fan, yeah. But I would say I would not recommend it as a replacement for the manga or the anime. So, like, you can't watch the live action and then skip right to Loketown, like Volume 11, because that's where they end it, basically. They don't adapt Loketown. They go to Arlong Park, and then they end the series on the feet in the barrel moment, but they don't do Loketown specifically, which is fine. But like you can't just jump in there, because I think there's there's certain characters that they've cut and certain things that they did that's like, you know, it's going to be clashing. But I will say it's complimentary. I will say it's like, it is an additive, interesting, fun experience. It's definitely worth watching if you're a One Piece fan. In terms of me making a video on it, I did have the idea of making a video of like 10 small moments in the live action One Piece that I miss. That I was like, I wish they did that in the live action, because that means so much to me as an anime fan. Whereas, like, you know, from the original series, certain changes, certain things that they did, it wasn't really like changes so much as it was like, I wish Luffy said that line that he says in this scene equivalent to the anime. Like, one of my favorites is the first episode where Kobe is talking with Luffy, and, you know, he's scared and a coward, you know, and Luffy's just like, haha, man, I hate people like you. Like, he's like, oh, you're a coward and a crybaby? Oh, God, I hate people like you. Like, and he says that so matter-of-factly and confidently, like happy. That always stuck out to me and was a really big impression on his character for me. That made him feel like he's different. He's different. He's built different from other shonen protagonists, you know? But this is the thing that makes him special. That was really important to me, and that's not present in a live action. Things like that. Is Tora 2 not next to Two Heart? No, it's part of the same entry. Because that has like an infinite number of spin-offs. Yeah, no, all they mention is the 2005 series. All this talk on the One Piece live action has got me to finally start watching the anime. Yay! Currently on episode 14, very much enjoying it. Yeah, it's good. It is good. It's very good. And it's not even like, oh, it gets good at Arlong Park. Nah, it's cool. It's fun. It's funny, right? Oh, man. I want to rewatch it right now. It's just... It really is, like, it could be my all-time when it finishes. But the thing is, like, I like the whole, the fact that manga and anime, it's not just specifically the anime or something. Because, like, it is the series that I'm like, yeah, I could base my entire personality off of this. Like, I don't have to watch any more anime. Like, I would just, yeah. It is the one series where it's like, if I choose one series and that's all I ingest and discuss and rewatch and analyze. If I had to choose one, it's One Piece. Easily. Because it's just so much fun on a moment-to-moment basis. So, like, even if I've picked every last thing, even with its breadth, which itself would take a long time, it's just a fun show, you know? I love the title for Tolaburu. It's Toraburu. Todaburu. Todaburu. Oh! Yeah! It is! Wow! That's clever. With the Rabu. Yeah, Todaburu. Yeah, wow. They do say that in the encyclopedia here. To love Ru hyphen trouble, aka trouble. Aw. Yeah, it's fun to do in retrospect. How was the general writing? It's not terrible out of 10. Maybe keep it as a short. Oh no, they don't say the things. They do say the things sometimes. The general writing I liked. It's just the structure and like the way the story goes. It creates certain moments that I don't think it loses a lot. You lose a lot. But that makes sense if you're condensing it. Seems like there's a lot of little things that people point out as missing and very different varying person. Oh yeah. Tons of stuff. Entire characters are missing. You know? So when characters are missing, every single interaction with them is gone. And there's a lot of that, you know? You could do worse. OP is probably worth picking apart, though paced arc by arc. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I have an entire stream. I have like a three-pronged stream series of me going through the whole thing again that I have in mind. But I won't do right away. I'm gonna save it till the anime is done. So I have the whole picture and you can get the hindsight and stuff. But yeah, that'll be happening sometime in the future. Assuming I'm still doing this. Alright, Tudaburu. Rito Yuki is smitten with his high school idol, Haruna, but can't bring himself to tell her. Instead, he comes home night after night and soaks in the bathtub, where he is eventually visited by Lala, princess of planet Deviluk, who has sought his unlikely protection in order to avoid marriage to one of the unsuitable suitors pressed upon her by her royal father. I already see it. I already see the one. Chat, really, really quick. Which one do you think they mentioned first? Tenchi Muyo or Urusei Hatsura? Which one do they bring up first? Because they do bring up both. I just looked down. Yep, they bring up both. Which ones, real quick in the chat, type of which, do you think they bring up Urusei Yatsura first, or they bring up Tenchi Muyo first? One for Urusei Yatsura? Be nice and give up like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This fan service packed love comedy has been done better and funnier on TV as Urusei Yatsura than as a porn video in Visionary. Yep, you got it. On this occasion, the original story is based on the manga by Saki Hasumi. Tenchimu, yeah. For drama. On this occasion, the original story is based on the manga by Saki Hasumi and with art by Kentaro Yabuki, which has spun off further manga, TV, and video releases since its debut in 2006. A video of the same title followed in 2009, with 6 stories based on Lala's penchant for inventing comically unreliable devices like those Doraemon pulls out of his tummy. The 2010 TV series More Trouble brings in another harem trope, this time from granddaddy of harem anime Tenchi Muyo, as Lala and Rito are joined by her little sisters and friends. Another TV series, Trouble Darkness, introduces a golden-haired assassin hired by one of Lala's suitors to kill Rito, and she naturally ends up as part of the harem. This was preceded the same year by a video of the same title, animating further chapters of the manga as asides to the TV continuity. Okay, so dismissive. has been done better and funnier on TV as Ursay Yazra. I wish I had a funny quip to that. Harem show includes even more harem tropes. Shocking. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Oi from 1987. And it's not here. Not in the first book. They move it? Did they just call it Toy? Yeah, they moved it. Alright. Moved Toy from after toward the Terra to after to Love Brew. Toy is cool. Yeah. An enjoyable pop soap opera based on the manga? Okay. They do spoil it. Not a big spoiler, but still. In the end, they do give it a positive. Enjoyable pop soap opera. No change. Tobi Dase Bachiri, 1966, and it is in the first edition. That's it. Very short. The adventures of jug-eared schoolboy detective Bachiri, who can solve cases that baffle the police thanks to his brilliantly ingenious mind. 132 episodes! 10 minutes. Wow, holy shit. Big. Hi, Shabes. Hello, Mia. That's 20, thank you so much, Kinoko. Okay, no change. Today in class. 5-2. 2006. I didn't eat these Cheez-Its, by the way. If you are disturbed by sexual innuendo relating to children, adult jokes told in cute childlike voices, very young characters with little or no idea that what they're doing is inappropriate, then Koharu Sakuraba's manga and the show that inspired it really isn't for you. Each episode is divided into 5 periods of the school day. It is a slice-of-life story with a sexual twist, framing jokes and curiosity about the opposite sex and bodily functions as part of normal childhood development, as indeed they are for the age group depicted in the show, although to judge from the online fan feedback, that doesn't appear to be the age group watching it. Again, it's this like criticism of people watching of a certain demographic and a certain age watching certain shows and implicating them in some way, right? Because like, it has this in it, and it's for these people, but these people are watching it. Take that what you will. You know? You know? Imagine being the moral police while being British. How dare people watch stuff for kids? From what I know, 5.2 is very much not a kid show. Yeah. I'm looking at screen caps now, and it's like... you know, I do get the vibes. I do get the vibes. The manga was published in a seinen magazine. 1 volume. It's an OVA. A 5-episode OVA. And then it was a 13-episode TV series after that. Oh, okay. Huh. Definitely not a kids in premise. Yeah. As indeed, they are for the age group depicted in the show. Although to judge from online fan feedback, that doesn't appear to be the age group watching it. I think the issue is just they're assuming that it's for this demographic. They're just making it, oh, it's for these people. Indeed, they are for the age group depicted in the show. Although, to judge from online fan feedback, that doesn't appear to be the age group watching it. 2 issues. Assuming a series is for the age group depicted in it, but also judging the age group that is watching it for not being the age group depicted in it. Judging the age group that is watching it for not being the age group depicted in it. If that makes sense. Hello, Shaves. Hello, Gridproc. I wonder if they'd say something similar of South Park. Yeah, probably. I really don't know. But yeah, I mean, judging by the, by the photos, it's like, okay. You know? It's like, I see. Kind of deal. Alright. Pretty sussy, huh? Yeah. 5.2 was a late 9 anime, so... there you go. And it makes sense to have that to some extent. But at the same time, let people watch whatever they want. You know? Like, let them make their own decision if they're an adult. And if they're not an adult, then yeah. Then, like, there are some things that are not suitable for kids, and they might actually kind of damage their mental state. I agree with, parental warnings. I do believe in that. Okay, not much to that one. What was that one late night parody of Hamtaro? Ibichu? That sounds right. Today's Oscar show. Content warnings are dope. Yeah. The One Piece live action had content warning for smoking and self-harm. Correct! Accurate! Although Sanji only smokes once in the whole show. He does smoke at all, which is nice. But funny, I think it's because of TV regulations. Just for character smoking at all. Because I remember hearing about Finding Mr. Banks, I believe is the name of the movie. It's the biopic about the making of Mary Poppins. Like the making of it and trying to convince the author. Walt Disney being depicted by Tom Hanks, notorious smoker. But if they had him smoke, I believe the way they worded it was like the movie would become a rated R if you see the cigarette go into his mouth and smoke it, like take a drag. If that happens, rated R instantly. So they had to be very smart and careful about how they depicted Walt Disney, so they could keep the PG-13 rating. Not a lollipop? Heresy. There is a photo of Taz with the lollipop, but that's about it. Today's Oscar show from 2012. Jailbaity entertainment, and nowhere near as amusing as it thinks it is. This online series, it's 23-minute episodes. So 20 episodes, 3 minutes each, and it does not sound like a lot. It's just, their synopsis is just short series based on the manga of Taishi Mori. Clueless blonde teenager ingenue Asuka embarks upon a series of everyday activities only to find herself in a series of embarrassing clothing emergencies that display her underwear at the very least to shocked passersby. That's it. That's the premise. Ooh, man. They're not wrong in this instance, I don't think. Not to be super judgmental myself, but like, I mean, jailbaity entertainment and nowhere near as amusing as it thinks it is. This online series was designed by distribution to cell phones. Came accompanied by the Asuka app, which took the form of the animated heroine leaving messages on the viewer's phone. Interesting. Yeah, so they'll yeah. I'd say that's a negative one. That's a negative one. Entertainment. Nowhere near as funny as it thinks it is. Only smoke from behind shots, right? I thought Oscar show was fun. Oh yeah? Would you say that characterizes it accurately? I'm interested. I now that you mention it, they're just like, actually, huh? 4 volumes. Wow. I heard the F-bomb in a PG movie, but you can't smoke in a PG-13 movie. Yeah. Funny how it works. Yeah. Okay. Izumi Toto. The Toei pseudonym, including Precure and Tomorrow's Naja. Alright, just the pen name, and they seem pretty above it. Toei Animation. Alright, I'm actually eating now. What? Hey, yo! Hey, yo! They just listed a certain... Guys, you'll never guess which one they were like, more recent successes have included this show. Can you take a guess what series they've mentioned as a recent success for Toei Animation? I don't think you will. I'll give you a couple guesses. Okay, guess a couple. Guess them. Guess a title. Guess a title of a more recent success for the studio Toei Animation. One Piece. They do mention One Piece, but not that one. There's another one. They mentioned Blank and One Piece. Hello, Full Wind Man. And Holy Pig. What's shaken bacon? What's the tea? Haha. Doremi? One Piece. No. I wouldn't be shocked if they put One Piece. I'm kind of shocked they put this down. You're not gonna believe it, fellas. You're not even close. Oh no. Most recent successes for the studio have included Naruto and One Piece, which have taken the studio's work to a wide international audience. Naruto? Toei Animation? Ayo? Were they a subcontract? Like, Naruto. They did not. They did not do Naruto. They did. Studio Pierrot did Naruto. I'm going to let's see if they were, helped maybe with secondary animation, perhaps. You know, animators, yeah, Uh, you know, it's not it's not Toei. It's not Toei. Nope, it's not Toei. You look up Control F Toei. It's not Toei. It's not even fucking no, it's not. It's Studio Pierrot. It it's not Naruto. They didn't do Naruto. Oh no. Why did I give them the benefit of the doubt? Spiral Fish Cake. Studio Pierrot. They had a lot of shonen shows that didn't last. What do you mean by that, Annalisa? They did Naruto and Naruto Shippuden. Naruto, as a franchise for them, lasted from 2002 to 2017. Yu Yu Hakusho lasted 2 years. Bleach lasted 8 years? 6 years. 2004 to 2012, I think. 8 years for that. No? This is... Black Clover? 100 episodes? I wouldn't be surprised if they think every popular battle shonen was made by Toei. I mean, Jesus, they didn't mention Dragon Ball Z in their article about Toei. All they mention for anime titles for Toei is Panda the Magic Serpent, Ken the Wolf Boy, Little Witch Sally, Tiger Mask, Naruto, and One Piece. That's it. Did the book cover Tamako Market? It did. I can reread that one for you if you want. Every popular shonen battle is by Toei. Yeah, I guess so. Oh my god. Yeah, let me read Tamako Market for you. I don't know if you're gonna like it. Tamako Kitashirikawa is the daughter of a traditional mochi maker. She was visited by Dara, a talking bird from a South Sea island, sent to Japan to find a bride for a local potentate. Dara, however, elects to stay, swiftly growing fat on rice cakes and observing the idiosyncratic lives and struggles of Tamako's Usagiyama shopping district. Based on a manga by K-On! Creator Kakifly, it was not based on a manga by K-On! Creator Kakifly. It was an original idea. With many, Tamako Market reunites his work with many of the same team who adapted K-On!, albeit without much of K-On!'s sense of purpose. Despite being crowded with pretty girls in a sop to the moe audience, the overarching narrative of the show is focused more on girls' choices over boys. As Dara comes to realize Tamako's secret love for the son of a rival mochi-making family, and his royal master inevitably comes to Japan in search of his putative bride. Like many everyday anime, the magical elements are often seem like mere window dressing for a wholly different subject, the sense of community to be found in local shopping districts, fast disappearing, in Japan as everywhere else, before a rising tide of homogeneous shopping malls. A feature-length theatrical release, Tamako Love Story, followed from the same team. It's okay. Not a great article, unfortunately. Kind of wild about how little effort for the big boys. Are you keeping account of how many errors were in the book? I'm writing them down, but I'll certainly mention. I mean, it's a small thing, but the fact that they list Naruto first, Naruto and One Piece. Oh my god. Yeah, everyone's getting true, but nothing about the romance or the lifestyle. Like, come on, man. Yeah. Ripperoonie. The creator Izumi Todo, responsible for the studio's long-running Precure franchise, among others, is a house pseudonym deriving from Toei Doga Oizumi Studio. It's about the choice of being part of the family versus your own person. Even for 2001, that error is bad. It's not in the 2001 book. The 2001 book didn't have, first of all, didn't have Naruto, but second, doesn't have studio entries. Precure mentioned! Yeah. Just a little, just a treat, just a little. Just for you. Tofu Boy from 2011. '80-minute CG movie by Gisabu Usugi. Red-haired Junks would be furious that One Piece was... That makes it even worse that it was part of the 3rd edition. Yeah. Can I request music? If so, can you put on some lamp? Lamp as in like the music artist? Like Yume Utsuru and Hatachi no Koi? Like this full album of 50 minutes? I just don't know if I'm gonna get content ID'd. This does sound nice. This does look like something I'd be into. But I just don't want to play it in case I get content ID'd or the stream gets taken down, because it's a very big hassle for me, and then the chat gets lost. So I would have to like record the chat and then put it on screen, and there's one stream in this series that I've had to do that for, and it sucks. So I'd rather not risk that. I appreciate the suggestion though. I'm not gonna lie, this movie looks like ass, but I trust my man Suki. Yeah. That's what I mean, man. Don't judge a... You know, maybe it's not a great sign if not even ANN wants to give a visual. This, you don't need to see what this looks like. Yeah, no, it's okay. Come on, what does it look like? Okay, yeah, because it's based on the it's based on the Japanese myth, right? Okay, what? Kozo. Oy vey, this is not working. 2011? Little ghostly adventures of oh. Yeah, I know what you mean. No, I know what you mean. Hour and 26 minutes. Yeah. And like, yeah, it's like the first 3D anime. It's like, no, it wasn't. Warner Brothers. That's cute. Alright. Doesn't look great. Nah. Do love my Imperial and Mystic Power. Did Lamp appear in Moomin? No. Yeah, this thing didn't look great. Oof. Yeah. Its own charm. Okay. Toho. Oh. Hmm. Still think about it. Toka Getan. Oh, my posture is ass. That's because of 2007. The series looks absolutely glorious, with beautiful art and dreamlike delicate color. Unfortunately, it wraps its themes of violence, abuse, survival, and predestination in a chronology so convoluted that following it is just too much effort, especially given the plot holes and contrived occurrences. Even watching the series back to front doesn't help, though much of the story is told in reverse. A spin-off of Moonlight Lady, which in turn is based on a porn game by Carnelian. Mixed. Absolutely glorious. Unfortunately, convoluted. Following is too much effort. Filtered by Toka Getten. Didn't even they say the first 3D anime was called Alice? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, WB got their hands on the anime book in Japan. No, yeah, so the anime Encyclopedia was saying that like it was supposedly called the first one, even though there's been ones before that. They were just talking about the marketing. I know a lot of people who really like Tokyo 10. It's by Tomomi Mochizuki, who also did Seraphim Call. For some reason, this show was aired backwards. It starts with episode 1, then goes episode 25 to 2, and ends with 26. Strange. I watched that for an exchange last month. Also a really cool show. Didn't Maz and Kaiser also do something like that? Mochizuki is very much a Get Filtered writer, to be fair. That's cool. Tokaido Ghost Stories. 1981. Okay, so I've missed out on Toby Wow is Taken Ill. I don't know where that is. Let's see. Toby Wow is Taken Ill. No results. The Japanese name is Toby Wow. Let me just search that. No results. Tobiwa? Tobiwa. Oh, there you go. Nope. No, that's not even it. Okay. Let's look up the director. Kazuya Miyazaki. He's listed 17 times in this book. Apache basketball team. Oh, he's the director of Apache Yakugan. And we're looking for a year from 1982. Okay. I don't think I see it. Let's just keep looking at the script, the other staff, I guess. Tomiko Inui. Try typing the year. A lot of stuff will come. Oh, only 3 results here. I think I got it. Yes, I got it. Flying fish is taken ill. Tobiwao Nobuya. Yep. I read that as a new entry because I couldn't find it in the back of the book. Which makes sense because I almost couldn't find it in this book. So I almost called it a removed entry and then a new entry in the other thing. So let me find in the main doc. Flying. Flying fish is taken ill 1982. Yeah, it's not a new entry. So let's. Bye, Holy Pig. Thank you for coming. Kisses moi. Yeah, so let's compare it. Okay. No change. Wait, Inoue the Death Note anime guy? Tomiko Inui? Inui. Spelled I-U-N-I. I-N-U-I. Yeah. Okay. Tokaido Ghost Stories. Alright. We're back. Okay. And no change. Okay. Toki Meki Memorial. Here we are. Same initials, different guy. Oh, this was directed by Yasuo Otsuka. Wait, what? Ghost Stories? Tokaido Ghost Stories? Says it was directed by Hajime Suzuki. And then the other thing we just read, the Flying Fish one, was directed by Kazuya Miyazaki. And the only, at least according to Mal anyway, the Encyclopedia credits something else. The Ghost Stories one? All the cinema. Ugh. Wait a minute. I don't think you guys will recognize this, but this, I'm pretty sure I remember seeing this cover somewhere when I was doing my Manga Sekai video. This seems familiar to me. Oh, Moshiroi. Yeah, Ghost Stories, Tokaido. Yeah. I guess we'll look on that later, but I just kind of want to move on. But that's really interesting, because that just would counter the narrative that the only thing that Otsuka worked on, that Otsuka directed, was that calf thing, the little milk advertisement. Just found the special Internet Archive telling it was found last year. If you want to, I mean, if you're, I don't know if it has the credits. Does it have Yasuko Otsuka in the credits? If you found it in the Internet Archive, I'd love to, if you could link it. And then, yeah. I'm gonna see Tokimeki Memorial. Kirameki High School has a beautiful romantic legend. If on graduation day a girl confesses her love to a boy under the old tree in the school grounds, the two will live a long and happy life together. 12 girls are in their last 5 months before graduation. Shiori Fujisaki, the principal character, her best friend Megumi Mikuhara, the beautiful but vain Miura Kagami, and the others consisting of Saki Nijino, Ayako Katagiri, Nozomi Kiyokawa, Yuko Asahina, Yuina Himo, Yukari Koshiki, Yumi Saotome, and Miharu Tatebayashi. The first episode is essentially an introduction to all the characters, but in the second, as Rei Ijuin's Christmas party approaches, Shiori must decide whether to let her beloved know her true feelings. Based on a 1994 dating game by Konami, which required the player to win one of the girls' hearts over a game span that was supposed to occupy 3 years of high school and end at graduation, this video spin-off matches the game's story closely and uses the same voice actresses, though the character designs are slightly different. Launched for the PC Engine, the original game spun off 10 further titles in PlayStation, Sega Saturn, Game Boy, PC, Mac, and arcade incarnations, plus a radio chat show, radio dramas, and a long list of merchandise. That's it. That was fantastic. That's it, like exactly what they should have been doing. Who the fuck wrote that? No judgment. Informative. Plain spoken. All you need to know, really. Like, what the fuck? I'm reading the 3rd edition. I think they added something. They don't mention harems. They don't mention any other fucking title like Tenchi Muyo or some shit. That was great. How the fuck? Yeah, Nobuhiro Takamoto's TV series Tokimeki Memorial Only Love introduces a new protagonist which links to the original game, only later revealed. The spirit of Tim Rogers wanders in the chat. Yeah. I know about this because Psycho Mantis will say that Snake plays this in the Japanese version of Metal Gear Solid. Ah. Tim Rogers Ghost wrote this before he even played the game. I guess. The fuck? That's crazy. Ayo, the pizza here! Compare this with their Two Heart article. Literally the same thing. Literally like an opposing example. Gonna start prepping to head out. Also, phone is almost dead too. Great to see you, Annaliso. As always. Thank you for coming. Tokimeki tonight. What kind of night tonight too? They spoiled Tokimeki tonight. Ah. That seemed like a good spoiler, too. That seemed like something that, like, I would have been surprised by. That sucks. That really sucks. I really want to see Tokimeki tonight. Me too. Me three. Me three. Damn it. Ah. This is huge in Europe. Yeah, I bet. Good. No other changes. Tokyo Private Police from 1997. This is a completely written different article, actually. Holy shit. It's a completely revised article, I think. Not, but like, okay, this first sentence is the same. And then it changes. Yeah, completely changes. Okay. Yeah, so the first edition, this is what the first edition says. In 2034, Tokyo is beset by a giant robot crime wave. Section 1 of the police's robot division is on hand to deal with these problems, but they spend most of their time screwing each other in the office. New recruit Kazuko manages to get through the whole team on the whole of her team on day one, enthusiastically bonding with her new colleagues. This parody of Patlabor misses everything that made the original so emotionally powerful. Suppressed longings and unstated desires simply don't exist here, and offers nothing to replace the comedy, action, and humanity it jettisons. So it's a big fuck you to it not being like Patlabor. This is what the third edition says. In 2034, Tokyo is beset by a giant robot crime wave. With personnel numbers slashed on the police force, the government is forced to subcontract to private companies, compared to similar privatizations in Hummingbirds. Hence the Tokyo Private Police. Although the subject of this anime is less concerned with fighting future crime, and more with erotic diversions. A cast roster that is a thinly disguised reference to Patlabor duly assembles, with Section Chief Shibata trying to keep his affair with a captain under wraps, and new recruit Noriko arriving at the rundown Ginza branch and getting laid on her first day. Episode 2 features some robot action as well, although that's not the kind of action that viewers of this short-lived series are likely to be looking for. The authors are not entirely sure why the world needs an erotic parody of Patlabor, but here it is. That's different. It's very different. That's very different. Very, very, very interesting. Changed opinion. First edition. First is a negative. Parody of Pat Labor misses everything that made the original so emotionally powerful. And offers nothing to replace the comedy, action, and humanity it jettisons. It's porn. Oh, God. I kind of think that they wrote this, like, not realizing that this was porn. Which is going to be very, very funny for my point about their pornography, about where that's like, you can't tell if something is porn until you read it. So, like, not even they can tell that something is porn until they... This is an H anime. Read the description of Tokyo Night. Sounds cool. Apparently it's a Josei manga. Why doesn't this porno have any philosophical themes? Certainly they are aware of Comiket, right? Everything gets an erotic parody. No, I think they are. And they just think... I think they just spaced. I really think they were just like, guys, come on! This is like Pat Labor. It's nothing as good as Pat Labor. Not realize, like, wait, it's porn. Oh, no. And then I clicked the fucking link. Bro. What's the use? What's the point? I click on the link, and it's like, we don't have an article with this exact name. Wikipedia was like, bro, I don't know what you're talking about. It's like, I don't know what you're looking for, dude, but we don't have it. Unbelievable. Yeah, that definitely looks like Pat Labor. Images. Am I gonna regret this? Kinda. Not really. Not too bad. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And then third edition. None. They just kind of retracted their opinion there. Not entirely sure why the world needs an erotic parody of Pat Labor, but here it is. Very, very interesting. Definitely one of the reasons why you read the whole thing. Absolutely wouldn't have gotten that otherwise. And reading both, I should say. Reading both books. As teased as it's been. Actually, that's not the next one. That's the first edition. Toko is the next one from 2006. I didn't know Group Tech filed for bankruptcy in 2010. Damn. The fuck? The fuck? Group Tech were an old school, founded in 1968, predating Madhouse, Ghibli, and a dozen more fan-favorite studios. But that's not why this show feels so old-fashioned. It's packed with interest. Okay. Okay, so they're not really they're not shitting on Group Tech. Okay, thank you. Jeez. Action scenes are not well animated, with many corners cut and shortcuts taken. Two leads are badly underwritten, with little character and limited opportunity for the audience to care about them. Pacing is very uneven, even. Key facts and characters are dropped like Deus Ex Machina in the final episodes. Toko in the final episodes. Actually, they don't really give details, so no, never mind. Negative. Action scenes not well animated. Two leads badly underwritten. Pacing uneven. Oh, that's in sci-fi in like 2009. Good but not great. Tokyo Babylon 1992. A superficial quality only emphasized by a truly awful English language musical interlude. The real importance of Tokyo Babylon is its part in the movement of elements from girls manga into the commercial mainstream. Both videos are enjoyable in their own right, but are only fragmentary glimpses of Clamp's much larger manga universe. I say mixed then. Let me check the third edition. Enjoyable in own right, but only fragmentary to Clamp's universe. Second ep genuinely chilling. Truly awful English language interlude. From looking at the credits, I can't tell whether or not Otsuka was the director. He did work on the anime, but the credits he's credited for Animation Kantoku. I wonder how many anime beginning with Tokyo we will have tonight. Yeah, we'll see. And there's someone else credited under director written in katakana, which I'm pretty sure is uncommon in anime productions. Might have something to do with the fact that this is animation hybrid. Yeah. I'll take a deeper look into it later. Maybe translate all the credits. That'd be sweet. Very interested. Tokyo, tag me in like Twitter or something if you do that. Just, I don't know. Let me know. I'm very curious. Tokyo Ghoul! A Rambo Ghoul! I wish that show went somewhere. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I've heard very good things about the manga. I should read Re. So is Re a sequel? So I read Tokyo Ghoul first and then read Re? Is that correct? It's like Re is the Shippuden of Tokyo Ghoul? Does that make sense? And then if I should, probably wouldn't bother with the anime whatsoever. It looks really boring. Just stylistically. Hapless college boy Ken Kaneki is attacked by his would-be girlfriend Rize and seemingly saved when his assailant is crushed mid-assault by a falling girder. Rize is a ghoul, a vampiric predator that must eat fresh human meat to survive. But Ken is inadvertently co-opted into her species when overly helpful medics at the hospital save his life by transplanting her organs into him. He is now a hybrid, suffering the same overwhelming addiction to human flesh as other ghouls, but also disgusted by his condition. Prevented from committing suicide by the quasi-immortality that comes as a side effect of ghoulhood, Ken is plunged into the shadowy society of his new tribe, while desperately trying to keep his condition secret. Sui Ishida's original 2011 manga in Weekly Shonen Jump. I totally didn't realize it was a Jump manga. For some reason, I didn't fully recognize that. That totally makes sense. That totally makes sense. That makes almost too much sense. Because they're wrong. I'm like, oh, wow, it's a Jump manga. Wow. Oh, yeah. How did I not know that? It's Weekly Young Jump. It's a seinen. It's Weekly Young Jump. They definitely say Weekly Shonen Jump. Yeah, they absolutely say Weekly Shonen Jump. What are we new? What do you mean? Original manga in Weekly Shonen Jump. Young Jump. The seinen. Enshutsu, not Kantoku, that's the thing. Oh, animation Enshutsu. Usually animation directors are credited as animation Kantoku, but Otsuka is credited for animation Enshutsu. So episode director. Enshutsu is episode director, right? I'll jump, who cares? Man, they're just full of errors in this stream. They're pot out of pot, like, oops, oops. they like a lot of oopsies. Oh, man. Oh! Oh, boy. Neatly catching a zeitgeist of self-doubt brought about by ecological paranoia, terrorist threats, and nationwide austerity measures. Ken's condition is a perfect allegory for the unwitting guilt of modern Japanese youth, saddled with an environmental and political situation not of their own making, and facing the karmic debt of living in a late capitalist society, supported by predatory conflicts and unseen hardships elsewhere in the world. What are they talking about? Word salad! Word salad. Yum, yum, yum. Word salad. Yum, yummy. Word salad. Yum, yummy. Was one of the best-selling sellers of its era, neatly catching a zeitgeist of self-doubt brought about by ecological paranoia, terrorist threats, and nationwide austerity measures. Ken's Condition is a perfect allegory for the unwitting guilt of modern Japanese youth, saddled with an environmental and political situation not of their own making and facing the karmic debt of living in a late capitalist society supported by predatory conflicts and unseen hardships elsewhere in the world. Can we talk about the show? Please. Word salad, dun dun, yummy yummy, dun dun dun. Word salad, dun dun dun, yummy yummy, dun dun dun. Ah, I think they stopped caring by the letter T. They wrote it all in alphabetical order in one night. Were really tired by the letter T. Yeah. I mean, if this is them tired, they're doing an okay job, all things considered. Episode director is simply Enshitsu, not animation Ensitsu. Yeah, that is a strange credit. Very strange credit. I hate when they try to guess their creators' intentions with no evidence to back up their claims. Wow, that sounds really pretentious when you read it again. I want to read it again. I just want to write it out. It's just like, Ken's Condition. Like, it's a perfect allegory. Like, oh no. For the unwitting guilt of modern Japanese youth, saddled with an environmental and political situation not of their own making and facing the karmic debt of living in a late the capitalist society supported by predatory conflicts and unseen hardships elsewhere in the world. Ooh-wee. Word salad. Yummy, yummy. It is thus not only a fine contribution to modern anime in the vein of Summer Wars, but also a worthy iteration of the deep-set subtext to be found in many a zombie and vampire story, confronting modern society with the visceral torments that lie beneath the surface. Easily worthy of comparison with True Blood and The Walking Dead. Whoa! Whoa! With particularly nasty means of killing and consuming their prey, the ghouls take the gore quotient to such extremes that much of it was blanked out in the original simulcast and only restored on home video. Such atrocities of horror and monsters jar rather unexpectedly with the show's only real failing, a recurring motif of out-of-place coffee shop comedy, as if the Taliban ran a tea house. That's how they end the article. That's how they end it. What a crescendo. Recurring. Oh my god. The show's only failing. A recurring motif of out-of-place comedy, as if the Taliban ran a tea house. Uh-huh. What is even their opinion on this show? Oh, uh, it's not only a fine contribution to modern anime in the vein of Summer Wars, it's valuable as Summer Wars, also a worthy iteration of the deep-set subtext to be found in many a zombie and vampire story. Easily worthy of comparison with True Blood and The Walking Dead. Run on, yeah. You see, Dragon Ball represents the 7th stage of the grief. Did they get a guest writer or something? No, that sounds like them. Not gonna lie. You know, you're supposed to see some ghouls as not monsters as the story progresses, so the Taliban tea house bit seems like they missed the plot. They really love a lot of stuff that I find mid. Yeah. You know. Heck of an endorsement. A fine contribution to modern anime in the vein of Summer Wars. Easily worthy of comparison with True Blood and The Walking Dead. Goodness. Yeah, that's about it. What a whirlwind! Who would have thought their Tokyo Ghoul article of all things? Jeez Louise. Tokyo Godfathers. Let's get it. Did it come out 2004? And no, it came out... It debuted at Big Apple Anime Fest in August 2003. And then released in Japan November 2003. Why Summer Wars, True Blood, and Walking Dead? True Blood and Walking Dead because they're both zombie stories. Like like vampire, like, you know, vampire zombie kind of thing. And they're good. But I kind of don't know what they mean by Summer Wars. I think they're like on the level of like lauding, of like very popular as like Summer Wars, where it's like really popular and actually good. I think they know. I think they know. Tokyo Godfathers. Three tramps, alcoholic Gin, transvestite Hana, and teen runaway Miyuki find an abandoned baby while searching through the trash on Christmas Eve. A setup familiar to cowboy movie fans as a sly reference to John Ford's Three Godfathers. Itself a refashioning of Harry Carey's early silent movie, The Three Godfathers. They decide to return the infant to its mother, only to plunge into a whirl of scandal, kidnapping, and attempted murder, all on the one day when Tokyo is supposed to be quiet. All on the one day we're supposed to be quiet. Doesn't it take place over several days? They find it on Christmas Eve, but then, I think a couple days go by, and then the finale happens during New Year's, if I'm not mistaken. But I guess it could be one night. It all takes place at night, so I wouldn't be surprised, but... No, I'm almost positive it happens on multiple nights, because they find the baby at night, and then they go on the train. Like, pretty early in the movie, they take the subway, and that's where she sees her father for the first time in a while, and that's during the day. And then later, after they found the picture and they get to the house, when they get to the house, it was daytime, I think. Yeah, I'm almost positive it was daytime. And then there's a montage when they're traveling to the house of like them kind of eating, and there's time passing. So it's like time definitely passes in that movie. Then nitpick. Might as well just compare it to Resident Evil. No, see, Resident Evil isn't good to them. So it's a video game, or it's a yeah, not the same thing, I guess. I should watch this sometime. Watch documentary on the director. Yeah, Satoshi Kon. Yeah, I thought it was multiple nights. Mm-hmm. Like Satoshi Kon's earlier Perfect Blue, Godfathers initially seems like a strange choice for animation. With so many real-world locations, why not film it with real people? But nobody in the metropolitan government was going to approve a live-action film depicting a shanty town in the shadow of Tokyo's distinctive twin tower metropolitan government offices, nor were many of today's TV idols likely to sign up for a tale of grunge and poverty, however happy the ending. The clincher would have been the snow. It is popularly believed that it only falls in Tokyo at once every 10 years. The presence of snow being the first of this movie's many Christmas miracles, and far cheaper to achieve with animation. I think that's a cynical way of going. Like, I almost like bringing it up, but I paused because it's like, I don't see this being a good... I don't see them articulating this well, and I don't think they did. Like, that was a very, like, actually, like, snow doesn't really appear that often, so it would be logically feasible for, you know, instead of, like, bringing up, and they do bring this up, right there, like, the first of this movie's many Christmas miracles. But even the Christmas miracles thing could be technically filmed in live action. I guess the real reason is just, the fuck not? Seriously. Satoshi Kon's choice of subject matter is an act of faith in itself, framing the relentless hope and happiness of a Christmas comedy in the stark realist tones of his other works. The baby's arrival sends the tramps scurrying to buy water instead of booze at their local convenience store, much to the shop's assistant's surprise. Hana jokes in the soup line that he is eating for two. They're not not gendering Hana correctly. Only to shock the charity worker the following day when he does indeed turn up with a babe in arms. In its comedy and sentimental, and look, I get Hana is far more not as trans, you know, like very willing to kind of bend back, I guess. I'm obviously not a person to speak on this at all, but like the idea that, and what I like about, and I like that about Hana's character, is there's a tension there that she can obviously feel and kind of bends and manipulates to her advantage almost. Where like she embraces her identity as a woman with the full acknowledgement that everybody sees her as a man. And she's like, yeah, I know. Yeah, you know, there's some, maybe I'm misinterpreting it, but like, I don't know, there's this sort of like bravery or honesty in that. Not to say that it's a right way to go about it. It's her way of doing it, you know? And she doesn't need to be representative of all trans people. But it's interesting. I found that a very compelling point of the film, that Hana like isn't shy about it. Not that you know, people can feel however they want to feel about it, you know. But I don't know. It just made it interesting. I hope his robot movie gets finished by someone. It's okay. At that point, it wouldn't be his, right? If it's a good movie, cool. But the live-action discussion has more to do with Perfect Blue. I don't know how much is relevant to Kon's later filmography. You're right. It makes sense to bring that up because that's part of the production history. It was originally planned as a live-action movie, and animation was cheaper. There is a distinct production reason for that, and that's good to bring up. But then, yeah. It's just a little forced to bring it up here, I think. In its comedy and sentimentality, Tokyo Godfathers is the closest thing we'll see to an anime pantomime. An end-of-year revel that turns everything on its head, even down to the Japanese voice actors, who are often cast against type, and with some amusing cameos. The opening sequence cunningly inserts production credits into the storefronts and graffiti surrounding the action. The ending is a souped-up version of Beethoven's Ode to Joy to the Japanese The Ultimate Christmas Song. Tokyo Godfathers also finds divine inspiration and beauty in everyday events, such as a wounded tramp seeing an angel, who turns out to be a bar girl in fancy dress. It may have three wise men, 1.5 of whom are actually female. It may have 3 wise men, 1.5 of whom are actually female. In parentheses. That's what they put that in. But its nativity story is not limited to Christmas lore. A cemetery becomes a treasure trove as the tramps search for votive offerings of sake, and the film's stand-in for Santa Claus, Whitebeard and all, can only perform his task properly if he dies doing it. The movie also alludes to Akira Kurosawa's Rashomon, which similarly features old men bickering over a foundling child in a storm, but at its heart is a search for kindness and warmth in materialist Japan. Tokyo Godfathers shows a side of Tokyo that tourists rarely see, a side that many anime fans will find less believable than the heroic ninja, giant monsters, and transforming robots produced by audience chasers whose talent only extends to riffs on the latest fashion. Yeah, just fucking content for anime. Yay! Yay! Shows a side of Tokyo that tourists rarely see. A side that many anime fans will find less believable. That anime fans will find less believable than the heroic ninja, giant monsters, and transforming robots produced by audience chasers whose talent only extends to riffs on the latest fashion. So pretentious, demeaning, unnecessary, rude, generalist, like, you're writing an entire fucking book about this shit. And this is your attitude? You're writing an entire book documenting almost all of them. Pretty much all of them. There's been like 3 or 4 that they're not in here. You're writing about all of them. And this is how you talk about them? What the fuck? There doesn't have to be a reason for something to be in animation. It's like looking at a painting and say they could have just taken a photo. Yeah. That had me 1.2 seconds too late. They're doing well. They're doing so well with the earnest praise. It's good to see you cry out against control. Tuned in just in time. It is also, like Akira, a love letter to the city. Cone renders its back alleys, shabby corners, and blue-collar areas with the same devotion that Otomo gave to the neon overload of its glittering uptown districts. Cone's leading characters are mostly confused and hapless, but with an inner core of humanity that redeems their weakness. Ultimately, all are attempting to reunite themselves with families they have abandoned, believing their crimes to be unpardonable, whereas all their loved ones want for Christmas is for them to walk back in through the door. The story is compassionate but unsentimental, a work of honest emotion on the level of My Neighbor Totoro or Frank Capra's Christmas masterpiece It's a Wonderful Life. And we can't, sadly, say that about very many anime. They just had to dig at anime writ large one more time. It is so easy and okay to praise an anime without knocking down others. Just as it's okay and acceptable to praise one person and as an individual and not put everyone else down. It'd be like going into a theater, into a cast room, you just watched a play, and you go to the green room. You're a critic, or somebody. You go into the green room. All the actors are in the room. You want to praise a particular actor for their work, and you're like, "You were fantastic. Everyone else in this room sucked compared to you." How do you think not only the people around them feel, how do you think the person who you praised feels? Embarrassed. Not flattered at all. Maybe, if they're like an egomaniac, that's not how you give praise. It's just not. You really don't have to say this. You really don't have to, you really could have just ended it on a work of honest emotion on the level of My Neighbor Totoro or Frank Capra's Christmas masterpiece, It's a Wonderful Life. That's great. That's great comparisons. I'm happy you made, that's awesome. That's huge praise considering My Neighbor Totoro, they alluded to being the best anime of all time. They're like, it's Miyazaki's best work and hence the best anime of all time. They said that in the Totoro article. And they say that this is a work on the level of that. But then, they have to end the article, punctuation, the last thought they want to give you, the ending's always paramount, and we can't sadly say that about very many anime. I feel like I'm being very preachy here, but, I'm really sick and tired of this. I was sick and tired of it fucking in, A. This sucks. This book gives off, the vibe this book gives off is anime suck except for a few exceptions. And this is aimed at non-fans. Yeah. I'm assuming this had to have been written by someone other than Clements and McCarthy, because as much as they dislike certain aspects of anime, I don't believe they have this amount of respect for the medium at large. I hope to God. That would be great, but their thing about the vast majority of articles are written by them. Very, very few of them are by guest authors. And for something high profile, they did this for Princess Mononoke too, by the way. They've done this multiple times. And did a guest writer really do that every single time? I don't think so. And even if it was a guest writer that did this, their names are on the book. Not the guest writer. It's them. They're taking responsibility for it. And I'm probably making a mountain out of a molehill, right? They're not saying something racist. They're not saying something sexist. They're not saying something homophobic. A little transphobic in this article, but it's contempt. I wonder if Bennett was influenced by these guys. His Macross Plus review is just like this for an hour. I think it's the anime community writ large. You think how many people are like praising this one show and then putting others down? Absolutely. I think it's a human thing. I think it's a fandom emotional thing, right? It's hard for me to watch Sailor Moon right now. As much as I enjoy it, it's so hard to watch comparing it to Doremi. Because I watched Doremi first, and I love it. I still love it. And I keep watching Sailor Moon, waiting for it to be as good as Doremi. Which is not fair to Sailor Moon. At all. Not fair. But it's hard to not think that. As a human being. As an appreciator of art. You see one thing and you're like, yeah, this is like this other thing. Or, you know, that's like, I think, the point I'm going to be making at the end of this. It's just like all these mistakes that they're making that I'm raging against. We do it all the time. So, I don't know if that's a strong enough point, but it's, yeah. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. All these anime aren't up to the standard of It's a Wonderful Life. Boo. Imagine writing a book about movies and saying anything not done by Stanley Kubrick is garbage. Do they remember love? Yeah, Postboy. Hey, there you go. I still... That video, I have to tell you, I've talked about it, and yet it's still thought-provoking for me. It's still... I was like, I don't think I quite got what Beatrice was saying. But then when I listen to it in the moment, I get it. But when I can't quote it, I can't recall it, that it's so weird. It's like a memory hole type of thing. Some of their articles are taken straight from McCarthy's magazine, Anime FF, Anime UK, and are often written by writers other than McCarthy and Clements. That's pretty... I still don't think that, like, with how often this is happening, that it's a coincidence. And also, it's like, it kind of broke the door open for me when you said that, because it's like, they just offshored this to other people. And I remember that, like, being a point of criticism from, like, Deadstock Paradise, or Tactical Fiend, I think is who he's going by now. Buster Beams or whatever. He's had a lot of names. But he made a video on the Encyclopedia. It's up on YouTube right now, and it's short. He didn't read the whole thing, and he, you know, has a lot, kind of something. But one of the things he's like, yeah, all this shit's gonna happen when it's just two people writing it. But if it's not, and if they're just outsourcing this from a magazine, weird. Such as the Legend of Lemnir article, one of the more cynical ones, was written by Julia Centauri. I would very much love if those started out as magazine articles. That would make so much sense. It would, and then it would really trifle and kind of all the bricks of all the fucking. It's just fucking magazine articles. It's like reading a bunch of new types. No wonder it feels like a bunch of Mal reviews. They are! That's a good video. I was roughing the Macross movie, but go off. Yeah. I thought you were being more clever. That's what I first thought, and I was like, I think you know what you mean. Postboy, that's clever. No, it makes sense. God damn it. Sometimes I feel like they only made this book just to fanboy out about Miyazaki and Tezuka. They have their own books to do that though. The Tezuka book is good. It's good. That's so strange. And it because what Audrey's saying is contradicting what they said in that podcast, where they're like, the vast majority were written by us. And they always kept referring to this like, oh, you were pretty nasty. Oh, we were pretty harsh on that. Oh, man. Where did you, not that this is, there's no way I could possibly do this in time or whatever, but like, how were you able to, discern that their Lemnir article was from one of those magazines and written by that? Like, how did you, do you have copies of that magazine and you've just been looking through them and then comparing them to what they say in the Encyclopedia? Just wondering where you got that. I'm interested, obviously. My God. You know what else, though, Aoichi? The fact that they refer to them as we. Maybe they had to. Maybe they were good at change. I have not seen a single I. I have not seen them refer to themselves as I a single time. So them being copy paste. Despite it being copy pasted, they did still look over it and say yes to it, approve of it, right? It's an issue that I own. I can send you pictures on Discord later. Thank you, yeah. I wouldn't want to watch an hour of someone doing this for Macros Plus, lifting it up by shitting on other anime, because that would make me feel ashamed as a huge Macros Plus fan. I don't want to be associated with that kind of behavior. Mm-hmm. It feels relatable to LOGH, right? Fans of LOGH, being this, being known as the super elitist, would go to the best anime of all time by the snobs and the cynics and the most critical people. We would still be used in a magazine. All right, that's fair. Dang. That's fair enough, then. All right, let's move on. I think I have to give it a positive, obviously. Begrudgingly. Not like I disagree with them. I like the movie a lot, but the way they went about it. Honest emotion on the level of Totoro or It's a Wonderful Life. The whole review is just compare this to modern anime. Look how much anime sucks now. Tokyo Kids. That's it. Very short. 2 sentences. Tokyo magnitude 8.0. Oh, what to say about this one? Not that much, but a decent chunk. Not a coincidence that was the last Bennett review I ever watched. Yeah. He's been pretty inactive these days because he's working on a series. Yeah, like a full series, like a Netflix thing, I think. Or something like that. It's a big project. Good for him. So I'm just looking at something. Yeah. Okay. Much of this show is uncomfortable to watch, especially for those of us lucky enough to live in regions where earthquakes are few and small. It was also, of course, inadvertently prophetic of events in northeastern Japan in 2011, which themselves exerted an adverse influence on anime then in production. In the real year 2012, many anime were affected by power cuts and shortages, or censored owing to a sudden outbreak of taste. Like Kaiji, and because I don't like My Big Brother at all. See also Gyo, which seemed to allegorize the experience in a different way. Yeah, they give it a pause. Pretty much, it's very light positive because they withhold their opinion a lot. Believable. Desperation realistically shown. Yeah. I just wanted to watch someone who talked about and obscure anime without crapping on newer stuff. Yeah. Alright. Tokyo Majin 2007. Mixed. Paper thin plotting and hyperactively inept ending. Delivers action, gore. Action, gore, magical battles, well. I appreciate both old and new, really like old anime, really like new anime. I agree, pretty much for Anime Hero was the first guy I found with similar taste to mine. Majin was doing split course before it was cool. Oh yeah, wow. 2007, jeez. That's 40, thank you, Kaneko. I'm gonna try to power through these. Marble Chocolate. 2007. Okay, nothing really there. Tokyo Movie Shinsha. Tokyo Pig. This one, is it the pig magical girl? No, this is partly with partly pigly. I know this one. Yeah. Fairly than partly pigly. This art, this fucking we did release it on Blu-ray recently. I think this is Discotheque. It's out of print, I believe. But the series has not been released here. Look at that. Really nice looking series. Very interesting and exciting. Look at this. That's incredible. Big fan. Look forward to that. That's super big. You're right. Yeah. Isn't this from the Excel Saga director? Toshiro Harada directed the film, and then Shinichi Watanabe did direct the series. Yes. That must be really interesting. The contrast of the movie being directed by Toshio Harada, and then the series by Shinichi Watanabe. Oh man, that'd be very interesting. I was just about to ask. They do mention that the series is directed by Shinichi Watanabe. But they don't mention that the movie, which is 45 minutes? Really? I didn't think it was that short. Yeah, it's 30 minutes. Wow. That would be really interesting to compare those. Anyway. Tokyo Requiem. I'm gonna say, again. And I'm also gonna say Tango Khan. Tokyo Requiem. 2005. Tokyo Revelation. I think the show is huge in Mexico and South America. 1995. Finally back to the book. Junior version of Urotsuki Toji. Yeah. Kojiro is the reincarnation of Tokyo's guardian deity Masakado. His golden retriever has been possessed by the Hound of Hell. And if the... Wait, what? I just skipped over something because they put it in parentheses and were like, see this show? And I'm like, yeah, whatever. Like, you say that a bunch of times. But then I read what it was, and it's like... His golden retriever has been possessed by the Hound of Hell. See card captors? And I click the link. Yeah, Card Captor Sakura. His golden retriever has been possessed by the Hound of Hell. See card captors? Am I high? I've seen Card Captor Sakura. Are they talking about Carabarus? Oh my god. They're talking about the fucking mascot from Card Captor Sakura being named Carabarus. I think it has been possessed by the Hound of Hell. That's such out of... What's the use? What's the point of... Why? Yeah, because Caro. Right. But I know him as Caro, not... I had to rack my brain there for a second. What use is that? If I have to be like, huh? Right? Oh. Fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna put that down. It's like, oh my god. His golden retriever has been possessed by the Hound of Hell. The card captors. Ugh. That's so dumb. Alright. The reason I was reading that out loud at first was his golden retriever has been possessed by the Hound of Hell. And if the plot wasn't trashy enough for you, it's actually a remake. This is a slightly more faithful adaptation of the novel and computer game already available in anime form as Digital Devil Story. As in like Shin Megami Tensei. Yeah, the article is called Tokyo Revelation, but the subtitle is Shin Megami Tensei Tokyo Mokuroju. Yeah, it's from the same franchise. Why is it not part of the same... Why does it have its own article? Oh my god. And if the plot wasn't trashy enough for you, it's actually a remake. Slightly more faithful adaptation of Shin Megami Tensei. Oh. This is a Shin Megami Tensei spinoff. So many Shin Megami Tensei spinoffs and relations. Yeah, they should be in one article. Before you can say Buffy, Satan is stalking Tokyo, Kyoko has been excommunicated for performing sex magic, and there's a faint whiff of homoeroticism redolent of the later X the movie, as Akito confesses his love for Kojiro, albeit in a doomed, unrequited sort of way. The whole thing is tied up in a fiendishly rushed ending with... Ugh. With the characters yelling plot details at each other while the credits roll over them. End it with that. Oh, they're gonna kill me, dude. They're gonna. Oh, that's so. Oh, I'm so over this. I'm just checking the 3rd edition. Yeah. So they're talking about the 2000s series that to promote the new version of the game on Nintendo Game Boy, Goddess Reborn Devichil Shin Megami Tensei Devichil. They say, as demonstrated by the younger age group, the early morning broadcast, and the availability of the game in black and red editions, the generation of the franchise has more in common with Pokemon than with the story that originally inspired it. Simply because it's a younger age group. It's an early morning broadcast. And they offered it in black and red editions. I'm so tired. It was going so well. It was going so well. Did they just call Shin Megami Tensei trash? They're talking about a spin-off. It's not needed. It's not related to the main series. They do mention that the whole head demon confesses its love to hero thing comes from Devilman. They do mention Devilman. Where? Mirai, however, is one of the devil children, a carrier of the devil genome that will allow her to fight Lucifer in the style of Go Nagai's Devilman. That's how they mention Devilman. Wasn't it originally a first-person game on Virtual Boy? I don't know. Oh. Ugh. And then they did add the 2000s. Ugh. Added 2002. Added just mention of 2002 game. CG animation is part of its gameplay, and the game series eventually evolved into Persona. Tokyo Tribe 2 from 2006. It's just so insulting to read this only a couple of articles after Tokyo Godfathers. The art style picks up on Inoue's distinctively different character designs and opens a window on a side of Japan that's a million miles from shrine maidens and moe idols. Whoa, guys, this anime doesn't actually feature the stereotypical... Oh, this actually kind of depicts Japan, you guys. Changes, sorry, plot choices. Opens a window on a side of Japan that's a million miles from shrine maidens and moe idols. The first 3 or 4 episodes are mostly... This is Fist of the North Star for guys who are too self-consciously hip to buy Fist of the North Star. What the fuck does that mean? Oh my god. It's not really dismissive. Like, what are they even talking about? I can barely type. This is Fist of the North Star. For people... For guys, I'm sorry. For guys. My back's gonna not like me, actually. I need to stop that. Like, you need to stop. You need to stop right now. Is for guys who are too self-consciously... hip to buy Fist of the North Star. I will have you know, I am rocking the Tough Boy right now. I'm literally watching Fist of the North Star 2 after 7 years of seeing the original. I do not care if I'm gonna get happy claimed. I will just play it low. Tokyo Tribe 2 is dope. One of my favorite OPs. That's one of my favorite OPs. Dang, this series is so big. This is Goosh Goosh, isn't it? Yeah. Been going on since the 80s. The author was inspired by films like Boys in the Hood and Menace to Society. I would love to play all the Fire Emblem games you can get. I can't believe these guys are anime fans, but it fooled me. They've all been fan trained, so you go for it. Absolutely nothing like this. Yeah, what? They've hit peak word salad, fellas. Garbage salad. I always walk away when they say the craziest stuff. Fist is fine, not amazing, not terrible either. I would agree. Yeah. I would agree. I don't see it as necessary at all. I'm actually kind of upset that I watched it because finding out a certain development that happened off screen, like in between the time between 1 and 2. That's like, why? Why? Why did that have to happen? Why did that character have to have that happen to them? After what they went through, after this whole series. For no reason, for like, misery. Which I get it, that's Fist, right? Fist does a lot of like, really brutal shit. But, yeah. Anyway. Uh, Tokyo Underground. I definitely think we're out of the Tokyos, but yeah. Tom of Thumb is what we're trying to get to. Tokyo Underground from 2002. Huh? I don't think I was like, do I need to read the whole article to really give you the context of this? I don't think so. I don't think that anything's going to do it to give you further context. I don't. Director Hayato Date was a member of the team that made Naruto, a fan favorite of the early 21st century that similarly made light of more serious questing issues. Made light of more serious questing issues? Similarly, so I guess I have to describe the other show. Ugh. Story of a world under the streets and subway tunnels of Tokyo where a group of powerful children with the ability to control the elements live a secret life. Rumina Asagi meets them after his first day at high school when he comes home to a big hole in his backyard and two strange girls in his house. When Ruri's dragged back to the netherworld below Tokyo, Rumina joins forces with Chelsea and his girlfriend to get her back from the adults who hold her prisoner. He feels obliged to do this because he has already died once rescuing her, and now has been brought back from the dead with new elemental powers into the bargain. Makes light of more serious questing issues? He also made Boo Boo Cha-Cha, a kids show for the very young that subtly revealed the strains of modern life, featuring a protagonist in need of rescue and companionship. Tokyo Underground's Ruri is not merely a damsel in distress, she's a girl weird in a hermetically sealed world, cut off as characters observed from the sun and sky. Japanese comics and animation have seen many such exiles, both in times gone past and in recent resurgence since 9/11 and the invasion of Iraq. Like Japan itself, the fantasy realms of anime are often isolated from the rest of the globe. In the hidden world of Tokyo Underground, we see a similar distant conflict to that in Howl's Moving Castle, and a nation under siege like that of Heat Guy J. Tokyo Underground also reflects the iPod generation's general lack of affect. In a reversal of the twists of the Matrix, our interpret heroes face a completely new environment, unlike anything they have ever encountered. Their first thought, however, is how much it reminds them of a film set. Similar designer apathy for slightly older kids appears in Tokyo Underground's contemporary Gantz. Okay. All right. I don't know what that was. Two only exists because Jump told the creators they get a huge raise if they continued past the original ending. Yeah, it does seem like that, huh? What the hell? And I have to tell you, it's good to treat it as a bonus. It's really nice to treat it as a bonus. Yeah. It just feels nice doing that. Please stop putting your own social commentary in these show articles, Arthurs. Yeah. Whatever. What can you do? Tokyo University story. Handsome, promising student. Blah, blah, blah. 2005. Okay, nothing much to that one. Tokyo Vice from 1988. Ah, okay. Let me just check the third edition and now. Okay, they did add about the US release. Tokyo Vice added re-release by Media Blasters as Tokyo Project. And they do have a mixed opinion. Kind of obnoxious. Action is rather patchy. We know that real investigators spend most of their time playing with computers and questioning suspects, but we don't necessarily want to watch the whole process. It's boring. You can get the good parts. It's a 60-minute movie. Okay, we're finally here. This is it. Tom of THUMB. Tom of Thumb from 1967. There's a co-production between Toei and Videocraft. Among the many other American shows that technically qualify as anime are Mighty Orbots, Robotech, Sequel Sentinels, and The Stingiest Man in Town. Okay. We made it out of Tokyo. Just barely, too. Literally, like, the last article. Think of Fist as the Boo Saga. Both were created under similar circumstances. Did Didn't they complain that younger people have short attention spans? Hmm. Couldn't tell you. That's interesting. Yeah, I was just looking at Tom of Thumb's visuals. Feels like very UPA era. This is a co-production. It's originally attached to the King Kong show. Very interesting. Ah, well, I am exhausted, of course. But Robotech is an anime? Yeah. They were particularly talking about Sentinels because, I don't know. I don't really classify co-productions as animes, treat them as their own thing. Yeah, Fulmema, you weren't here like the beginning of the stream. They put Thundercats 2011 in this book in the 3rd edition. Thundercats 2011 that aired on like Cartoon Network. They put it as anime because it was anime. It was made by a Japanese, but it was a co-production. If Stingy's made a town count, shouldn't all the Rankin Bass town count? I don't know. From my understanding, he's put a King Kong show, so it's weird they have a separate article on it. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, of course. Whew, well, I am pooped. I'm sorry, I'm gonna shut this off. I actually am really close to making it about a whole 4 hours, so I actually really want to land it on that. So I'll wait a little longer, but yeah, I'm gonna target that, so I'm close to that right now. May as well put Frosty on here. Yeah, I guess so. I don't know. Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island should count. That'd be cool. That's I don't know. I get kind of over it. Sounds good. Yeah, I'm really tired. But on Tuesday, isn't it? Save. Next time we head through another 50 T articles to do up to Tristia of Deep Blue Sea. That's what we're working towards. I'm gonna watch a stream of Treasure Island. Nice. I need to catch up on a little Sailor Moon, maybe. Trying to finish Sailor Moon like in this month. I know it just started, but yeah, I'm trying to watch a lot of episodes. But I'm also doing a lot of other shit, and I'm also being very, very slow moving with everything. I don't feel like I'm not packing my days up that much. If I have multiple things, I'm like, I need to be not as productive because I'm going to burn myself out. I think that's what my attitude has been. So I consider co-productions around 2020. Yeah, that's why my definition is made in Japan for a Japanese audience. I'll go back to watching TV. Nice choice. Good shit. All right, that'll do it for this installment of the Expedition. Thank you guys for watching. I should finish Stone Ocean soon. I've got 2 episodes. Yeah, you should. Heck yeah. Had to step away. What energy did you end on? I ended on Tom of Thumb. And so next time we're going to go another 50 entries to Tristia of the Deep Blue Sea. Good night. Thank you. Thank you guys so much for coming. Again, you guys are the reason I do this. You guys are great. Yo, peace.